We have a busy week ahead, a couple of busy weeks ahead, trying to finish up all of our bills. And we have the morning starting with a couple of hearings. So maybe we can begin with the pledge. Representative Woodcock, would you like to lead us?
Thank you, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we'll open up our first hearing of the morning, which is House Bill 749, requiring high schools to include instructions on the nature and history of communism. And I do see the prime sponsor and former Education Committee member, Representative Moffitt. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's nice to be back in room 207. Or I guess you're in 207. I think I'm in 205. Yes, for the record, Representative Mike Moffitt, Merrimack Fort, towns of Canterbury and Loudoun. And so a few years ago, I was looking at my daughter's yearbook and looking at the club photos and the sports team photos, everything that's in the yearbook. And I saw that her high school had a communist club, which I did a double take on. I said, whoa, communist club. And he said, Katie, you're not in the communist club, are you? And I didn't know, and so I asked a few questions about that, and it got my attention, and it troubled me a little bit, although this is America, and we, believe in freedom of speech. So this bill simply requires a minimum of 1 hour of classroom study regarding the origin and nature of communism. It's been inspired by that experience, but also many other numerous conversations over time with parents and citizens who are concerned that students and young citizens today simply don't understand some relevant and compelling history that they should. And so many schools no longer teach history like they used to. Every school is different, of course. I taught U.S. history in several high schools in New Hampshire. And the challenge was always to do justice to the 20th century. And I taught a good number of years ago. And by the time the semester was coming to a close, we were trying to hustle up and get into through the 20th century. And that was when I was in high school myself 50 years ago. Now there's 50 more years of history. So it's a challenge, I know very well, to teach history. Math is kind of a finite body of knowledge. But history just keeps growing, so I understand that challenge. So the question comes, why communism? Okay, why not include a requirement for a bit of instruction on Mussolini, Islamofascism, Aryan nation, anarchism, whatever? And indeed, these and other movements certainly do rate attention and study, of course. But to try to include everything in this proposed statute would just be unwieldy. Educated citizens in America today, many of us feel, need to understand what communism is and how it shaped our history and how it shapes us today profoundly. A dictionary definition calls communism a political theory derived from Karl Marx, advocating class warfare, resulting in all property being state-owned, and this involves, by necessity, a centrally planned economy as opposed to one that reflects market forces. I think most all of y'all know that. But without exception, communist countries depend upon vast networks of secret police to impose the party will on everyone. And communism involves a one-party state. There's no multi-party, communism controls everything. It's an atheist, totalitarian ideology that's incompatible with free democracies everywhere. It just can't compete with free democracies. That's why they try to undermine free democracies. That's why they've tried to oppose us for a century and undermine us. They still are. So throughout the 20th century, communism resulted in repression, gulag, prison camps, starvation, endless violent conflict, subversion, both hot and cold wars. Soviet Union was born in violent bloodshed. You all hopefully know that. 1917, Russian Revolution, which established the Comintern, the Communist International, the mission of which was to spread communism everywhere at all costs. So we can quantify that cost in lives. In 2010, Professor Steve Rosafide wrote in Red Holocaust that communist regimes caused the killing of at least 60 million people, perhaps tens of millions more than that. That doesn't even include the 25 million Soviets who died during World War II, victims of a deal between Stalin and Hitler. Nazi, by the way, is short for National Socialism, which is in many ways not a totalitarian movement, similar but not identical to communism. So Stalin's legacy remains, and indeed communist nuclear missiles are pointed at us now. Speaking of nuclear missiles, I know that there are others here, a couple others besides me, who remember the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. I know the representative from Salem probably doesn't remember that, but I know some of us do. I was a second grader for a week or two that October. It was terrifying. Those of you like me that are old enough to remember, when the adults all around you are scared to death that the world's going to end, and you're 7 years old, that week or 2 weeks in that October still resonates. My dad explained that if or when the bombs came, we'd go to an underground fallout shelter beneath the Groveton paper mill. I know the representative from Bow is from my hometown. I don't know if she remembers having some guidance on where to go when the missiles come, when the bombs come. Fortunately, they did not come. But how many students today have a clue about the Cuban Missile Crisis or the Korean War or the Vietnam War? How many know about the Vietnamese boat people? Result of a communist regime so heinous that Vietnamese got into boats and headed out to sea, where hundreds or even thousands drowned, whether they were raped or killed by pirates or were recaptured by the communists and sent to re-education camps for years. By the way, Secretary of State Scanlon sent me a message in session the other day, and he called me, asked if I could stop by his office, and he indicated that the archives, they found all kinds of material from the Vietnam Memorial when it came to New Hampshire. And there were bags and boxes of memorabilia left there. And he pointed out the 50th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War is next month. And so anyway, he's looking at a 50-year commemoration. That's just a quick aside. So anyway, boat people, there were a lucky few who made it to America. They get it. They understand. They lived it. They survived it. And a lot of these folks, and we have some in our legislature who come, some co-sponsors who came here from communist countries, and they get it. And next to Vietnam is Cambodia. Same time as the boat people, there were over 2 million Cambodians murdered, genocide, between 75 and 1979. How many Americans know about the Cambodian killing fields? Do these millions of deaths rate any historical awareness? Reagan correctly called the Soviet Union an evil empire, I believe. And that communist entity, the Soviet Union, after World War II, created the Iron Curtain, which we grew up with, many of us. How many high school students today know about the Iron Curtain? How the Russians suppressed all those countries. East Germany, in 53, they tried to revolt. Hungarians in 56, Czechs in 68, the Poles, and on and on. So the Soviet Union imploded in 1991. Communism just could not survive itself in that empire. The Soviet Union imploded and countries broke into many other countries. But communists live on. Russia is authoritarian today. Its leader, Vladimir Putin, is a classic communist. He was the head of the KGB. And everybody, I think, does know what he's up to and how that impacts us today, all of us, the whole world. And he started this Ukrainian war, as we know. So many of us are concerned that so many young people don't have a clue about Stalin, Lenin, Mao, Iron Curtain, Sputnik, Bay of Pigs, Cuban Missile Crisis, Glasnost, Perestroika, the Rosenbergs. Who are the Rosenbergs? Why do we execute this American couple? What's a gulag? What's the deal with these Chinese spy balloons flying over our heads? Why does Taiwan matter? I visited Taiwan, island of freedom, 17 months ago. Talk about live free or die. Those people in Taiwan have met this gigantic menace that wants to take them over. And having been to Taiwan and seen how thriving that free democracy is, and knowing that this humongous Chinese entity wants to swallow them up, could that be a flashpoint for a world war? Maybe. And I think so. It's something that people need to understand better. So, would a 1 hour classroom session on the origin and nature of communism matter? I think so. Yeah. Yes, especially with the current lack of history courses in many schools. Again, every school is different. Some do better than others. With these communist nuclear missiles trained on us, with what's going on in the Middle East, what's going on in Ukraine, with Taiwan, on and on. So this proposed statute does not require any course. I was just talking to Attorney Fenton about that. I have been in the classroom, I've been in this committee. I'm very sensitive to how folks don't appreciate us saying you need to do this. And DOE has plenty on its plate. So by design, this is a minimal 1 hour proposed requirement on the history and nature of communism. Local control can be embedded in an existing course of some sort. It's simply, the measure simply asks the students spend that 1 hour on the history and nature of communism. So if this did move forward, I'm sure, I just talked to Diana, that DOE would issue an advisory and guidance on how to implement it. Again, every school might do it differently. There's a wonderful video right now, a biography on Stalin that's narrated by Mike Wallace. That by itself is a wonderful tool that would pretty much satisfy the requirement if some school wanted to use that. Of course, some districts will go well beyond this minimal 1 hour requirement if it moves forward. And that's fine. Again, local control. And just the fact that there's some sort of a discussion or debate on this in schools matters. People will be talking about it, learning, asking questions. Learning would happen. Hopefully that's what we're about here is learning. And thank you for your time. I'd be happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Representative. Questions? Representative Nato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward and enlightening on us. Do you think, I know you said a minimum of 1 hour, do you think that is even enough for it to really set home with these kids on so we can actually maybe stop this socialism or communism, because it is pretty horrific and it's widespread amongst some other countries. Do you think 1 hour is sufficient?
Thank you for your good question. Do I think 1 hour is sufficient? I would like to see a whole course. I would like to see a lot more than that. But as I said earlier, I am very sensitive to us imposing things on schools. So I think I'm comfortable with this minimal ask. Yes, I wish it would be more, but I do think, Representative, that if this did move forward and if there was this 1 hour requirement, that DOE would just put out an advisory about, so that every school would have to pay some attention to it, that out of that, some discussion would go well beyond that, depending upon the class and school and the teacher. So I wish there was more, but I feel okay asking for an hour, hoping that it'll lead to much more than that locally on its own.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So in these state standards right now for social studies, is this in there at all?
Thank you for your question. With regard to what's currently in there, with regard to state standards. I don't believe there's anything specific to communism per se, which is why we brought this forward, specific to the communism by name as an ideology. I know there are Holocaust studies. In fact, I just spoke with a representative about which section of statute if this moves forward, it might best go under. Should it go under existing Holocaust statute or the one that OLS originally assigned it to? You can make a case for Holocaust. In the 1930s, the Soviet Union had imposed a famine on Ukraine. And like 3 to 4 million people starved. That was certainly a genocide, and that was a Holocaust of sorts. So in terms of where this might best fit into statute if it moves forward, there's some flexibility there that you all could consider.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Terry.
Thank you, and thank you for that thumbnail refresher of the nature and history of communism. Appreciate it very much, especially as somebody who's as keenly interested in history as I am. You mentioned your daughter coming home with her high school yearbook, and that you saw that there was a communist club in her school. With respect to this particular bill that you're proposing, do you have any knowledge or awareness of communism currently being treated in the classroom in history courses, social studies courses, or perhaps being overlooked? Or is this more of a proactive stance that you're taking to make sure that it's ensured regardless of what's going on currently?
Thank you for the question. As I said a couple of times, every school is different. And the intent of this is both reactive and proactive. I think it's reactive in the sense that I and others have seen things. I mentioned the Communist Club. Have seen things and heard things anecdotally, and also I've taught in the college level, and I've gotten a sense that this is why I was so big on civics education. I've gotten a sense from teaching in college for 20 years that so many young folks and older folks in college just don't know what we wish they knew about government history, and specifically in this case, communism and the impact communism has had and is having on us, and the threat that we think that it is. So I would say this is both reactive and proactive, as I said.
Further questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chair. Representative Morning, again, I do enjoy actually, my wife enjoys your sport column, so you write occasionally.
Thank you, Representative. My sports column is on hiatus at the moment. If your wife hasn't noticed, newspapers are not what they used to be. They're having to compete with this thing called the internet. So we'll see if that sports column comes back. But I really appreciate your wife reading
Yeah,
it.
she did. I never read it, but she liked it.
I
know. Seriously though, a more serious thing. Considering the current status of Russia and Ukraine right now, it's hard to conceive that in public schools, between social studies standards, and of course the ones that came out of JELCA, and the current civics requirements, that this being such a small 1 hour piece isn't being covered. I mean, you just can't jump in and talk about Ukraine or Russia without at least some exploratory information and foundation. So I wonder if this is not duplicative.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I want to think, and I have to think, that of course Russia and Ukraine are being talked about in some fashion, I hope everywhere, because it impacts us. I know with the elections and everything, and the new administration taking a different tilt in that regard, it's being talked about. But the intent of this is to ensure specifically that the history and nature of communism at least washes over every student, because to have some context for what's happening with Ukraine and Russia today. I mean, how many people know that Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union? Ukraine gave up its own nuclear missiles for its independence. Of course, the Russians screwed them time and again before they took Crimea. So unless folks understood the context and the history of Ukraine being part of that communist empire, if they did, and I'm sure a lot of people don't know that. So the point to try to answer your question is to have this 1 hour requirement. I hope, we believe it would wash over everybody, and it would help provide some historical context to things like Ukraine and Russia in this war that threatens to involve Europe and us. So hopefully that touches on.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I was wondering if you know what the requirements are for high school students in New Hampshire relative to world history. In other words, like world history courses. Is that a requirement of high school students in New Hampshire?
Thank you for your question. It used to be. I know that's changed, and the latest statute, I know Attorney Fenton's here, and some of you probably know that. World history used to be a requirement. I had to take it. Representative from Bow probably had to take it. Maybe we had some of the same Groveton High School teachers. But I believe I know that has changed that requirement over time. So world history, I do not believe is currently required as it used to be. Should it be? I'm a history guy. I think it should. But I know the STEM people, this is a problem. We all want stuff that we think is important to be required, and there's only so much teachers can do. I get that. Again, that's why it's only an hour. So as to world history, I don't think it's required, but I'm sure somebody can confirm that.
Further
Thank you.
questions? Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I noticed that this mentions both public and private schools, which isn't typical. Do you consider that a slippery slope to go down?
Thank you for your question with regard to should this be required of private schools. I taught at Groveton High School. I taught at Trinity High School, public school, parochial school. When in Trinity, or parochial school or private school, if they're under the umbrella of the DOE in some fashion, charter schools, public schools, parochial schools, whatever, then this is intended to apply to all students in such schools, whether they're public or private, because we think all high school graduates should have certain things wash over them, whether it's English or this or whatever. So yeah, yes, we want all students to be exposed to this.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. As the aunt of Cambodian Americans who fled Khmer Rouge, I deeply understand your point. But I also am curious about when we're talking about communism, we are also having a conversation about many other components that are deeply interrelated. And I am curious to know if you have done any surveys or garnered any data thus far that would tell us how many districts within throughout the state are teaching things like this or many other concepts that we would think are important, just as sexism, racism, ableism, all of those types of things. Do you have hard data on whether or not this is already being taught?
Sure, that's a great question, and the answer is basically no. I have not personally researched all the scores of high schools to see what's happening locally, and to touch on what you also touched on with regard to other things that rate attention. I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks that there are other ideologies that, and I mentioned some of them, that certainly rate attention. We focused on this one because this is the one, what the sponsors see as the largest, most significant one that also encompasses, as I mentioned earlier, communism, totalitarian type of government was similar to Nazism. So to understand communism better will help people understand the whole totalitarian mindset better as well. But I get your point, and it goes back to us wanting to keep this to just an hour because, as you point out, there's so many other things that people should be aware of. But this is one we think that we could drill down on and seek to have the 1 hour requirement.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock, quickly, please.
Just a quick, in the weeds, like, the way this is written right now, it doesn't include charter schools. The charter school is not identified. So it's charter schools are exempt from this. And I'm trying to figure out how private and non-public schools can be required. How can I require St. Michael's of Bow to teach this if in fact it's a private school, private parochial school, and there's no requirement to do that?
Thank you for your question. That's a good question. Charter schools are public schools, and we have a new charter school in my town of Loudon that I've been involved with a little bit. And I interpret the intent of this and the execution of it, if it moves forward, is applying to Loudon Elementary, well, it would be a high school. Public charter schools should be covered by this, and public schools. I mentioned earlier to a different question, in terms of parochial schools, I've taught in both. Trinity was required to satisfy the same graduation requirements as public schools. In fact, this is back in the early 80s when I went from a public school to teaching at Trinity. Trinity had no civics at the time, no New Hampshire history and government, and that had become a law in the early 80s. So when I started teaching at Trinity, they looked at me and they said, can you start a course in civics, New Hampshire history and government, because it's a state requirement now that they felt they needed to satisfy. So I did. So to your point, charter schools, public schools, our public schools, this should cover them. And as I said earlier, parochial schools should be covered by this as well. Of course, the committee owns this and can amend it or enhance it.
Just to follow up,
Quickly, yep.
To be clear, it doesn't cover charter schools. It can be amended to cover charter schools.
Current wording
But
does
but
not.
You're right, it is a public school, but this doesn't cover it.
I would be.
Just saying.
I would be fine if, again, the committee owns this, if the committee wanted to clarify and ensure that charter schools are clearly covered by this 1 hour requirement. I think that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, Representative Polozov.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Yuri Polozov, representing Melmark 10, Hooksett, and Dunbarton, and I'm here to testify in support of this bill. Mostly, I'm here to answer questions because Representative Moffitt, I believe, covered very well what issue at hand. I have some personal experience being a survivor from communist country. I happened to be born in Soviet Union, what's in second largest city, what was then called Leningrad. So that was my childhood, being born in late 70s. The only other thing I want to mention that I like that this bill is very short, but I would suggest you to think of any further instructions needed because we are saying that instruction on the nature and history of communism. So I think the intent is like to instruct how communism is not a good thing, but the bill doesn't directly says it. And we know like that some Americans actually have favorable opinion about communism and socialism, and the same true about educators, and maybe especially true that some of administrators who will be creating these programs might think favorably of these concepts. So my preference is like teaching kids critical thinking. So not just saying, oh, this is just bad or this is just good, just giving some history why some people thought that it's a good idea and what were consequences and what are good sides, bad sides, bad sides. So I don't know if it needs to be in a statute, but that's my preference. And just an example, not necessarily saying that it's happening in school, but my small kids came from her educational organization, and she's saying to me, Father, wouldn't it be wonderful if we had no money and we wouldn't need money? I was a little bit scared because it's one of the selling points of communism, like, oh, you're struggling with pain, you're struggling with money, let's get rid of money. Everything will be just distributed without any money. So those ideas are around us, whether we call them communism or not. And it's important to teach kids critical thinking, like why it's appealing, but why it might be not a good idea in the real world, and what could be bad consequences if we go along with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here this morning. Christine Downing?
That way? Okay. Guys change this up all the time. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. My name is Christine Downing. I'm from Goshen, New Hampshire. I'm a 30-year public school educator, of which 15 of those years have been spent in curriculum administration. So I'm actually here to put that hat on. While I could not conduct a full state review, I did conduct a review of the 8 high schools in my region that my schools send to, and my research involved reviewing their program of studies as well as reaching out to their social studies department chairs. And I found in all 8 cases, here's what I got for some responses. We absolutely cover this in much more than an hour. And some of the courses, well, you'll see it in their program of studies, is government classes, world history. A couple schools actually have what they call comparative government courses, global studies, and about half of them even told me they bring it into their economics classes. So it is being covered. And so for that reason, I oppose this because I think this is unnecessary legislation. And I would actually offer a different pathway for this. I certainly recognize the sponsors of this bill and their passion behind it. And our schools do want to do this topic justice. And I do call it a topic because it really is content that lives in a curriculum. And I would like to remind folks that RSA 193E Part 2A, Sections 5 and 6 clearly delineate that curriculum instruction is left up to the local districts. And curriculum in that RSA is defined as the skill and the academic content that is embedded in courses and programs of studies. And this is definitely an academic content that we would want to embed in our curriculum. So nobody is really opposing this topic. It is important to our schools. We do want to offer it. So the suggestion or the pathway I might give this governing body is that this academic content topic could be included in the update to the 2006 state social studies standards and the curriculum frameworks that the Department of Ed is now responsible for. Thank you to Representative Ladd's bill that was signed into law last year that put our curriculum frameworks back in place. And do keep in mind that the new 306 rules, the updated 306 rules, created a section that made it clear on how the Department of Ed establishes its state academic standards, and that the rules are very clear that at a state level, schools are expected to integrate those state academic standards into the competencies that we locally develop to delineate our credits and our courses. So I think this topic is very worthwhile for our students to study. I just don't think it needs to live in an RSA. I think it really needs to live in where we would design our curriculum and competencies around. And I think you have a pathway to do that through the 306 rules and through the Departments of Ed oversight on state academic standards and curriculum frameworks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being here. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if I'm hearing you correctly, one concern as a curriculum expert that you do have is that potentially stating it being in statute in addition to the 1 hour time frame is that it actually could do a disservice and actually undo learning and teaching that is currently occurring by your standards and your surveys.
Thank you, Representative Murray, for your question. I do think it would cause confusion. I honestly don't think schools are going to lessen what they probably already do around this. I just think it would create confusion in the field. And I think if you really want this to be sustainable and really have impact to our students, that this can simply be seen as a compliance checklist. And I don't think we want that for our students around this topic. So that's why I have put that suggestion out there, that I really think embedding this into the state academic standards, getting it in the curriculum frameworks that the Department of Ed can put out, will really put people on notice, and particularly the people I'm talking about, because those are the direct documents that our teachers can work with and implement. Thank you for your question.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I heard what you were saying about in the schools, 8 schools within your district are teaching this. Forgive my ignorance. You listed the courses pretty quickly.
Oh, sorry.
Are these core courses that this is being discussed, or are these electives where this is being discussed?
No, actually, all these courses are listed are part of graduation requirements. And just to answer the question, I know that came up earlier. I'm a curriculum person. I know the graduation requirements. Actually, the world history credit right now as it exists today is a half credit. But starting in the fall of 26-27 with the adoption of the new 306 rules, that is going to shift to a full credit. So again, I really think I love the topic. Again, respect the sponsors for bringing it forward. I just don't think you need it in law. I think there's more practical ways we can get this to happen. And the last thing I think I would add, Representative Litchfield, is that remember, we also have new legislation that was passed last year to relook at the accountability process behind an adequate education that I can't remember the House bill that was signed, but that developed a task force to redefine what is currently called our performance-based accountability system, our PBAS system. So I think if you parallel it with that and also with that task force work, you'd be able to get future data on how is this topic being presented in schools and what opportunities do students have. So like I said, I commend the topic. It's very important that our students learn this, but I think we have different pathways that this could take and have actually probably a greater impact. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. You noted, I believe you said 8 schools that you know are definitely doing this, and I happen to know of some that are not.
Yeah.
Is there any harm to putting this into law? Perhaps some students get an additional hour, but for others, wouldn't it be like their first hour? Would there be a problem with putting a law in addition to the frameworks?
I don't think there would be a problem with it. I just think there will be confusion around what is the expectation. And personally, I think putting it into the rules and the frameworks, the law is a bit vague, right? It just says the history of it. But when you put it into the curriculum frameworks and the rules, we can spell out like minimum knowledge and skills around this topic that we expect all schools. So I don't think there's a harm, Representative McConnell, but what I think is, are we going to create more discrepancies across our schools when we might have an opportunity to bring more consistency to our schools?
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Do you want me to leave it on? I'll leave it on.
Does anyone have any questions for Diana Fenton is here and is available for technical assistance? Would you like to provide any information?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. For the record, my name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney with the Department of Education, as you all well know. But I will share with you very briefly, this morning I went over to the Concord Police Department to pay my parking ticket, and there's a woman standing in line, and she turned around and said, "Well, you look like a lawyer." And I said, is it the law book that gave it away? And she said, "No, it's your face." So I don't think I have to introduce myself anymore because it's written all over my face that I'm a lawyer. So it's great. Very briefly, when we look at House Bill 749, I would encourage the members of this committee to look at it holistically within the chapter. And so if you open your law books to 485, that's where RSA 189.11 begins. And 189.11 is one of the statutes that I brought to your attention during the training. It is a statute that is routinely brought before this committee, and it is instruction in national and state history, government, and civics. There are numerous technical advisories on our website. One of our goals for this summer is to do a holistic technical advisory on that particular statute because it has been modified and amended so many times. It's interesting to me when I look at this bill as introduced that it would not amend 189.11, rather it would amend RSA 189, the entire section, at 189.11, creating a whole new section, 11E. And so that would be after, you have food nutrition program, 189.11B, and I'm on page 489, learning disability teacher, cursive handwriting, multiplication tables. It would create a whole new section. And this was designed and drafted by OLS. I will defer to how they created it. I would just like to put it for consideration in front of this committee to look at the placement of it holistically and whether or not it does belong in 189.11. I'm not here to say either way, but I would just encourage this committee to take a look at kind of the statutory construction and where it is placed and where it is proposed to be. I'm happy to take any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I had noticed that too, since you've given me free rein to look at my book and see where the statutes are. And that was one of my questions that I had for you. The other question was one that was brought up about all high schools being required. So to get a New Hampshire high school diploma, do all high schools, private, non-public, whatever they're called, do they all have to follow the same requirements that public high school students have to get a New Hampshire high school diploma? And I don't know the answer to that. I'm wondering if you do.
I will have to get back to you on that particular question, but I would guide you to look at 189.11, which again is instruction in national and state history, government, and civics, and it says in all public and non-public schools in the state. And then I think when you flip the page to 186, section 1A, it goes into more detail to say in all public, charter public, and non-public schools. And so it's interesting that it has that dichotomy. I can get you an answer to your question in terms of kind of all of the requirements. But given the nature of what we're talking about here, history, communism, to me, I'm going to look for guidance in 189.11.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Terry?
We both heard the previous witness indicate that in 8 schools within her jurisdiction or area, that communism currently is discussed in a variety of different viewpoints, economics, for example. And also heard, though, that the new standards will make world history a full credit, 1 credit, rather than a half a credit. If in fact that is correct, and I don't doubt that it is, do you have any knowledge as to what kind of discussions took place, what the decision-making process was, and why world history will now become a full credit instead of a half a credit course in the current standards?
And you're referring to the ED 306s?
The world history becoming a 1 credit course rather than a half credit.
I'm not familiar with those discussions.
Okay.
If you're referring to the 306s, I'm happy to provide you a copy of those, but I was not privy to any of those
Okay,
discussions.
thank
no.
you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, we will close the hearing on 7:49, and we will, yes,
Just make sure, are we, at some point, are we acknowledging the sign-in sheets? Have we read those into the record?
you're
May I?
free, yes.
Okay, so, with regard to 749 online, there are 4 in support and 96 opposed and 2 neutral. I don't know about the blue sheet. I'm happy to go get it if you'd like.
We can do that after,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
We'll next open the hearing on House Bill 431, establishing a commission to review draft rules related to minimum standards for public school approval and state academic standards developed by the Department of Education. And we will change the notice on the bill that we're hearing and welcome Representative Damon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, committee. For those who in the audience or online might not be aware, I am State Representative Hope Damon. I represent Sullivan District 8, the lovely towns of Ackworth, Langdon, Leominster, Goshen, Washington, Springfield, Sunapee, my hometown of Croydon, and the city of Claremont. And I sit on Education Funding Committee and come in to visit with you guys from time to time. HB 431 is a bill that endeavors to improve the process by which the minimum standards of public education, generally known as the 306 rules, are revised. As most of you know, these standards define the operation of our valued public schools. They are required to be revised every 10 years, although that does not have to happen all at once, as the expiration dates are varied for different parts of the rules. Throughout the most recent revision process, there were many concerns regarding who was included or excluded from participating. In particular, the necessary voices of people working in public education were only heard because they advocated vigorously and pushed for inclusion in the process. Just as we would not want people with no training, education, or real-world experience to be our surgeons, I believe we should not want public school rules to be written only by those who have not worked in public schools. Rather, we need a diversity of voices from many perspectives who all value improving our student outcomes. HB 431 was drafted with expert input from my constituent Christine Downing, who you just heard from and will have expertise from again, who worked diligently throughout the last revision process to bring forward educator voices. It creates a commission of 19 members with expertise in education. The commission would review all drafts of education rules related to minimum standards for public school approval and state academic standards. It would submit its report to the Commissioner of Education and the State Board of Education within 120 days of the publication of any rules draft from the DOE. I'm going to just briefly review page 1, lines 12 to 29 in regards to the membership of the commission. I'm sure you all don't need me to read to you, but there are 19 members composing the commission, or there would be, including the School Administrators Association, the School Principals Association, the Association for Supervision and Curriculum Development, the Commissioner of Education or their designee, 3 teachers at each level, so high school, middle school, and elementary, and a member chosen to represent state and national expertise in the area of competency-based education would be appointed by those other members of the commission. So it covers the broad spectrum of all the levels of education, all the folks who participate in how our kids get their education. I also want to highlight that the commission is required to recommend language that supports competency-based education, maintains high-quality minimum standards, and utilizes research and evidence-based practices and strategies. It should be abundantly apparent from the outpouring of opposition recently to House Bill 283 that Granite Staters want to maintain our existing high standards for public education, and these rules are the key to being able to do that. Transparency is an essential hallmark of a fair and functioning democracy. The Commission is required to report its recommendations to the Department of Ed and the State Board of Ed. This is quite simply necessary to be defined in statute, as following the revision process during the last 3 years has been an arduous task of hunting, digging, and being stymied to even find out what the proposed revisions might be. We owe our citizens, our voters, our students a fair, transparent, informed process for all of our legislative work. Finally, we are aware of the proposed non-germane amendment that would replace this bill with entirely different legislation regarding special education, and the hearing for that this Wednesday. I agree that there are concerns to address in special education, and I very much appreciate that education funding.
Maybe if we could stick to this bill, and we're not discussing any future amendment.
Okay. I will just say, as the daughter of a social studies teacher, I learned about democracy both in public school and around the dinner table. And I'm pretty sure that my 95-year-old dad is cringing as he watches our rules be used to hijack this bill. I'm providing some copies of constituent communications that express great concern around that process. And I will close by saying that legislation regarding special ed does not belong in this bill, should not replace this to create the needed commission on the 306 rules. I would urge the committee to consider House Bill 431 on its own merits and support it as drafted. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Representative. You mentioned the membership of the committee and said specifically 3 high school teachers, 3 middle school teachers, 3 elementary school teachers. And I'm looking at lines 24 through 25, page 1. My question is, why would these be appointed by NEA and AFT as these unions as opposed to perhaps any other organization?
They are the organizations that are most connected to our public school teachers and most aware, I believe, of the folks who would well represent. That said, obviously the bill is now in committee, but I would be open to considering what other processes would be appropriate. I'm not wedded to that,
Okay.
But I do think that that is a very reasonable approach.
All right. Thank you.
Further questions? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. David Trumbull? I called you, so let's.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interfere. I just thought,
Right.
since she had played. the
Thank
role.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware. I support this bill for 3 reasons. First, the historical trust in the teaching profession that legislators and rule makers have played in the past. The legislative history of RSA 193E2A, as noted in the statement of purpose for that statute, documents the widespread participation of the public and educators in the writing of that statute, which defines inadequate education, and the role of educators in the public in writing the public school approval standards and the curriculum frameworks. In other words, teachers have been involved in writing these laws and rules all the way up till now, until the last session where they had a hard time getting their voice heard. Second, these public school educators, administrators, and curriculum specialists are experts in the field of education. They deserve at least a meaningful opportunity to participate in the rules. At the listening sessions that were held, which I attended, when the private contractor who was hired to write the rules was asked questions on how would these changes take place in practice, on several occasions, he said, "We don't know how it will work out. The teachers will figure it out." If it's going to be up to the teachers to figure out how the rules will be in practice, they should have a chance to participate. Also, just by comparison, if you look at professional engineers, you have a statute which sets up a New Hampshire Board of Professional Engineers that has rulemaking authority. That's made up of 5 people, 4 of whom are professional engineers. Now, I'm not asking that teachers be allowed to write the 306 rules, but they should certainly have a significant voice in it. The last reason I support this bill is that what happened in the last year, I think, disregarded the opinions of educators, administrators, and the public in two ways. First, there was a great deal of secrecy. The first year of the work that was done was completely behind the scenes. Then there were listening sessions. At the listening sessions, when people asked, why are you doing this? The private contractor said, don't get mad at me. I was told these things had to be in the rules by the department. 25 New Hampshire media organizations filed a right to know request to find out what had been said. They were turned down. The Department of Education claimed that the public had no right to know what the private contractor was doing because he was not a public official. That contractor went on to tell the Concord Monitor that everything that he had done was secret. That's not transparency. We have a right to know law. It's in our state constitution. This process that happened did not live up to that. The second thing is that educator voices were ignored. Eventually, at the 11th hour, educators were given a seat at the table. But even then, the concessions that were made, I think, were largely window dressing. The main core requests of the educators were denied, and I'll give you three examples. First is the role of teachers. If you look at RSA 189-24, that's the old standard school law from 1919, and then look at the adequate public education law from 2007. That's the one that followed after the Londonderry case. They both contain these words, teachers. They contain a form of the verb to teach. They contain the mandate shall, and they contain the mandate provide instruction. The law requires that teachers teach and provide instruction. That's a New Hampshire policy for 100 years. The current regulations, instead of having teachers providing instruction in classes, say that schools need only offer learning opportunities. And teachers testified at these hearings that this is changing schools from a place of learning to a credentialing center. The second objection was the removal of class size limits, which has one teacher to a certain number of students, depending on if it's elementary or high school, replaced with educator to student ratios. That's important because educators under the new regs means a teacher or a paraprofessional, and the word classroom was removed. And we were told by Mr. Klein at a hearing, well, maybe someday we won't need classrooms anymore. But the thing is this, is right now, if you have 40 children in a school in, say, 4th grade, you have to have 2 classrooms with one teacher in each classroom. They would each have 20. Now, that teacher may have a para in that classroom, and most classes do have a para in a classroom. There's bound to be one student who needs para help. Under the current regs, the new ones, those 40 children could be in one room with one teacher and one para. That's a weakening of the standards. And that was testified in that case, the school administrators from Manchester said that will greatly affect their behavior. And the third area is the changing of the word shall to may, which impacted whether or not children will get art, music, physical education. Those voices were not heard. At the second jail car hearing, a state representative said that she had read the entire set of 200 comments. Out of 500 pages of comments, there was only one positive comment. I personally attended 6 hearings at the State Board of Education in both jail car hearings. Other than for the private contractor, I never heard a single person testify in favor of the rules. The rules were passed through the proper process, but the process left out the key voice of educators and administrators. This bill would go a long way towards redressing that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Trumbull.
Good morning, Representative.
What are your feelings about adding parents as members of the commission?
Thank you. That's a great question. And I think that there was a bill, you may remember, you were on education 2 years ago. Representative Luno had a bill that was more robust than this. And he would have set up a commission of parents, business leaders, politicians, educators, school administrators, and they would have had a very much more involved role in writing the regulations. That was a great bill, but it couldn't get anywhere. This bill I see as a step to say, okay, if we can't have what you just described, a more robust bill, at least let teachers and school administrators have a chance to have a formal say in it. So I would be very happy to have parents involved in this, and I'm not speaking for the people who wrote the bill. Yeah, okay. So.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Christine Downing.
Thank you again for allowing me to speak, Chair and Committee. I am sending around a copy of my written testimony. I don't intend to read it to you.
you.
I just wanted to bring up a couple key points. The first point I would bring up is that establishing this commission would not cost the state anything. In this last round, a sole source contract was paid out in the amount of $75,000 for this work. So this proposal would not have any cost implications to the states. I can speak on behalf of almost 500 educators who volunteered their time for approximately the year and a half that I went around the state and conducted 306 review sessions. They want to do this work. They get excited about this kind of work. And once they get excited, they get invested in wanting to make changes in their schools. And I think that's a powerful thing. The second point I would bring out is two sections of the RSA. I think this commission supports the intent of two parts of RSA 193E. And the first part that I really think it pulls out is under section 1, part 2, where, and I'm going to read this because I think it's a powerful statement and it speaks to what we believe in New Hampshire. And I think that's what makes us such a high quality system of educational excellence across the nation, and that is respecting New Hampshire's long tradition of community involvement. It is the purpose of this chapter to ensure that appropriate means are established to provide an adequate education through an integrated system of shared responsibility between state and local government. And I think this commission is something that really gets at what does that mean in our RSAs? This is what it means. Representative McConnell, I loved your questions about parents. I would actually love to see high school students on this commission. I think it would be super important to get some of our students involved in the conversation. And if I had had more time, I probably would have done that around the rules. The last thing I would point out in terms of another part of the RSA that I think really speaks to the work of this committee is that in RSA 193E, it also indicates the general court, which is all of you, shall ensure that the high quality of the minimum standards for public school approval in each area of education identified in paragraph 1 is maintained. And again, I think the establishment of this commission speaks to those key founding principles of what we value in New Hampshire for our educational system. The last thing I would just add that hasn't really been brought up is we have precedent to establish commissions like this when it comes to our minimum school approval rules and defining an adequate education. A couple I'll just point out. One of them I already pointed out, which is the new task force that's being developed around accountability related to how schools are meeting an adequate education. The other two I would point out is the current New Hampshire Civics Commission, which actually is doing some great work in getting resources out to schools and consistency. The other one that I would point out, one of the great commissions I love is the Genocide and Holocaust Commission. So we have precedent and examples of these commissions. And if you look up those commissions, they directly involve families, parents, community members, teachers. And we get great work when we put all those stakeholders together. So I really value this and I think it's important. So we are certainly open to other ideas around it. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Could you go over again a little bit how this wouldn't cost anything and where the funding comes from?
Yes, thank you, Representative Dry. So we haven't built into the bill like any mileage requirements. Like some of the other commissions pay out mileage. They don't necessarily offer stipends, but they pay out mileage. So we didn't write anything in that. And really this would be, and the reason why I'm saying I don't think there's a cost to it is because these people would be appointed and they would be it would be volunteer time that they're giving to it. And I just think that's how we operate in New Hampshire. We're a collaborative state. Where schools can get together and share work and collaborate. So it could certainly go through finance to a cost analysis, but on surface, we're not saying you need to pay these people mileage, anything like that. Thank you for your question.
Yes.
Thank you. And is there a timetable? Is this a permanent committee or a commission, that's setting up?
I think as we wrote it to be a permanent commission set up so that it would constantly serve, I like to say is this, oversight can get iffy in that word. I like to say this is a nice checks and balance to what we want the RSA to do, to actually carry out in practice between that language around shared responsibility that we all share in this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I'm curious with regard to the membership committee. I think we talked about parents.
Yep.
But one of the others I went through and looked twice. Would you be opposed to including the special ed community in any way to have a seat at the table as a membership?
Absolutely not, Representative Murray. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I would not be opposed to it at all.
Okay,
No, yeah, she asked me if I would be opposed to it, sorry. No, we wouldn't. The more ideas you guys can generate, I think we're open to it. Yeah. Yes, I would include special education.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Not a question particularly, but just want to thank you for all your work you've done with 306s over this last year. For all our edification has been terrific.
Thank you, Representative Woodcock.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, we'll close the hearing on House Bill 431. And since we have a little bit of time before lunch, we might exec a few bills. So we can take a 10-minute break, caucus and talk about that, and then come back at 11 o'clock. And Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for consistency here, I just wanted to mention that the online portal for 431 was 688 in support, 74 in oppose, and 4 neutral.
Thank you. Okay. Yes?
Are you attending the exec bills that are identified for the 1 o'clock hour?
No.
Or
Other
additional
bills.
Those bills?
Right.
Thank you.
Other bills, not the.
Not these.
Not. Right. Other bills we can take up.
So we're gonna be able,
Right, yeah. Because they're on the schedule
well,
specified
apparently
for.
leadership knows what's happening. Thank you.
Yes, we'll come back at 11. We should caucus. And the rest of us will be in caucus for a few minutes. So we will go back into exec session. Or not back into session, but we will start an exec session briefly, and then we can break for lunch. The rest of us on my side of the aisle will caucus for a little while after we finish on the exec. Okay? I hand the gavel over to Representative Noble.
I open the executive session on HB 121 FN, establishing local school district special education parent advisory councils, and I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move to retain House Bill 121.
Second it. Representative Cornell seconds. Any discussion, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I think that the discussion is centered around the committee, how the committee is formed, and basically who forms the parent advisory committee. I've looked at multiple alternatives, and I can't agree with myself on what the right path is. So I'd like to retain it and try and talk with some people, maybe from around the state who have these advisory councils also. And Representative, you want to call him Representative Balboni? Or Cornell first.
Representative Cornell.
I agree with Chair Cordelli.
Any other discussion?
No.
Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is retained.
Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. So next, we'll take up,
Consent?
oh, yes. Well,
Well, it's retained.
it's just retained,
Oh,
so it
retained,
doesn't
sure.
go
right,
over.
okay.
Yeah.
Yep. 15 to 0. Yes, 3 people.
Yeah. Yeah, we have,
We're only 15.
yeah. Next, we'll take up House Bill 360. And I'll call on Representative Noble as the prime sponsor.
I move to retain.
Is there a second? Yes, Representative McDonald? Discussion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is actually more proactive. Much of what we do around here is reactive. And I would like to be able to take a little bit more time to do my due diligence with it over the summer and fall. So that's it.
Representative McDonald, anything?
No further comments, thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from committee members? Seeing none? Madam Clerk?
The motion is to retain Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
15 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you very much. I think that completes what we can do this morning. We have a number scheduled for this afternoon and more on Wednesday. While everyone's out to lunch, there is an amendment to House Bill 699 that I'll leave for everybody on their desk. And we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Representative Murray.
Is that something that you can give to us now that we can take a look at it?
Oh, sure. Yes, I can. Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Thank you.
Right. That's in drafting. Right. Yeah, I asked. Beg pardon? No, 699 I have copies of. Yeah. Nine. Yeah, right. I think we have copies of the second, there's two amendments for 90. Right, I think we have, right, we just have to have copies made of one of them and the other one's in drafting. Okay, so I'll get you those copies, and then, we'll break. afternoon. I think we're ready to get started. We have a number of bills that we wanted to exec this afternoon. The first one on our list in the calendar is HB 90, but there is an amendment pending that we don't have yet, so we'll hold that off until Wednesday. Recess that until Wednesday. So we'll start with House Bill 108, which is relative to bullying and cyberbullying across multiple school districts. And call upon Representative McDonald for a motion. I think you've been working on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass, and with your permission, I'd like to move a further motion.
Thank you. Is there a second for the ought to pass?
Second.
Representative Murray. Discussion, and you have something further
Yes,
you
I'd
mentioned?
also like to move Amendment 0839H, and you all should have a copy of that provided today. And this replaces the previous amendment that I provided during the work session for this bill.
Second to the amendment.
Second by Representative Terry for the amendment 0839H. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative McDonald?
Yes, so the amendment replaces the bill, except the effective date, which remains unchanged. It's still 60 days after passage. Just to recap a little bit of the discussion we had of how we got to this point, we were talking about who would initiate the investigation for bullying. We determined that it would be best for all of the districts involved to collaborate, but so somebody would have the role codified in statute. It would be the principal or designee of the first district to learn of the incident. Then we had somewhat agreed on a consensus for the bill, absent the fact that we heard during testimony, I believe, from the department that the bill would be ineffective in other states. So how would we address cross-district bullying, cyberbullying over state lines? And so that's where you're looking at the last sentence, and this begins on line 15, ends on line 18. It's short, so I'll read it to you. In cases of bullying and or cyberbullying across multiple states, the principal or designee of the first district located within New Hampshire to learn of the incident shall contact the New Hampshire Attorney General's office. Reason I settled on the Attorney General is we had some discussion on which groups be contacted. Offline, we had mention of perhaps the Department of Safety, perhaps the Human Rights Commission. We heard during testimony for another bill on a completely unrelated topic also brought up the Human Rights Commission, and we had heard that there is a delay in getting results back from them. And when bullying may be a pressing issue as it relates to self-harm or perhaps suicidal ideation, we don't have that time to wait in these worst cases. So we determined that the Attorney General would be most appropriate. If they choose to forward it to the Human Rights Commission, we'll leave that up to them. And I also had another concern. What if there is a false report? The Attorney General can decide perhaps it's best not to act on this and just leave that up to them in these extreme cases across states, perhaps are more high-risk cases as well. So that is the amendment in front of you. Thank you.
Would the seconder like to comment on?
Only to say that in sum, I believe that the concerns that were expressed during the hearing and in discussions subsequent, that the amendment addresses those concerns in a very positive way and would strengthen the bill if were adopted. So I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Representative McDonald for working on this as well. I did just want to note one I don't know if it's small, but a minor thing. These are allegations of bullying and or cyberbullying, and so that was potentially the only thing that I thought could need a further clarification at some point, but I see the intent here. So I just wanted to make sure that these are initial allegations prior to a full investigation.
Representative McDonald.
If I may, I appreciate those comments, and also if you are not aware, Representative Murray has invested quite a bit of time in this bill as well, so I appreciate that. In regards to allegations. I was careful in the wording of this to not include words such as perpetrator or victim, because prior to an investigation, we don't know who's responsible. And again, I had talked to the Attorney General's office regarding false reporting. So I believe the language is clear on that point, but I would not be opposed to subsequent legislation in future years. But I am strongly encouraging that this committee passes something on this issue this year so it's not delayed. So I would not want to let perhaps the perfect be the enemy of the good, but I would not be opposed to that perhaps next year or the year after.
Further conversations? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we can vote on the amendment.
Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes,
17 yeas, 0 nays.
thank you. Do you have a further motion, Representative McDonald?
I would move ought to pass on House Bill 108 as amended by 0839H.
Thank you, Representative Murray, seconds. Discussion? Or are we done discussing?
No further discussion.
Great, thank you. Any other questions before we vote on the OTP? Madam Clerk, this is House Bill 108 with Amendment 0839H.
Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes,
17 yeas, 0 nays.
consent? Yes, great, thank you. Next, let's turn to House Bill 673, which was also on the bullying topic relative to school bullying and discrimination plans. Do I have a motion? Representative McDonald?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ITL.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Freeman? Thank you. Representative McDonald?
Yeah, to keep this brief, I appreciate the sponsor's intent with this bill, especially to address bullying. However, the bill that we just passed, I think, addresses a lot of the concern. So for that reason, I move in expedient to legislate.
Representative Freeman? Anything?
I'll reiterate what Representative McDonald say and agree that this bill would be duplicative of the bill we just passed.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually, though I understand the motion, I would prefer to retain it in the event that some other, as another potential vehicle, in the event that something were to happen to 108. But I do understand that that is the motion that you've brought forward.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Motion is ITL. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Damon. Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes. 17
yeas, 0 nays.
Consent without objection? Great, thank you. What do you have next?
I had 555.
Well, let's take up House Bill 555 next, if we might. Let me just mention as we're turning our pages, appreciate whoever is making a motion this afternoon that requires either a majority and or minority report, that we have the reports in end of day tomorrow if we could. So make sure we get them into the calendar for as soon as possible, because we have a number pending to get to the House floor, I think, at this point. So House Bill 555, Representative Freeman, did you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move in expedient to legislate.
Is there a second? Representative Terry, thank you. Representative Freeman, did you have discussion on your motion?
Briefly, there were a few problems with this bill, but one of the largest concerns that I have, and I think that some of my colleagues will agree, that this really does interfere with the local control issue. We don't know currently what schools are teaching about these two subjects, if at all teaching about them. And I believe requiring any type of curriculum is an overreach of the legislature. So for that reason, I will ask all of my colleagues to vote in expedient to legislate.
Representative Terry?
Well, speaking of control, Mr. Chairman, the problem with the bill as was originally drafted and submitted to us was that it was very specific as to which genocides should be included. The problem with the bill, as the requested amendment, was that we were going to be relying on international bodies to determine what constituted genocide. So for those two reasons, in addition to the reasons cited by Representative Freeman, I would urge ITL. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Cornell?
I believe we also got a statement from the Holocaust and Genocide Commission that meets regularly and discuss that. And one of their points was that they discuss ongoing events that may constitute crimes against humanity, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, or genocide. So I think they keep up to date with it, and I think we can rely on them to make sure that they include anything that needs to be included.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, thank you.
Motion is ITL. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent without objection? Yes. Great. Okay, let's next turn to House Bill 753, relative to expedited due process hearings to enforce special education rights. Oh, yeah, right. Do you want to make the motion, or do you want me to make the motion? Sure. Okay. Do you want to?
Well, you already opened, correct?
Yeah.
I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move on to pass on House Bill 753.
Is there a second? Representative Freeman seconds. Is there discussion?
Just that I think that this tries to make sure that expedited due process hearings are expedited.
Any discussion from the second?
And I'll expedite that. I agree with everything that Representative Cordelli said.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Motion is ought to pass. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent? Okay with everybody? Great, thank you. Well, we'll just. Okay, yep.
We'll open the executive session on House Bill 324 FN relative to prohibiting obscene or harmful sexual materials in schools. And I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move on to pass.
Is there a second? Representative Terry seconds. Discussion from the maker of the motion.
Thank you. This legislation tries to accomplish several things. One is to put in place a minimum process by which parents can object to materials that they believe are age inappropriate or harmful to minors in their schools, and sets in process this minimum process. Secondly, it eliminates from the criminal code an exemption for K-12 education, realizing that it would be a very rare circumstance for a criminal case to be brought in these instances. But I felt that it's not a good signal to the public that K-12 is exempt from our obscenity laws. And the third thing it does is it does set forth the possibility for civil penalties if in limited circumstances, which is on page 4, that a decision that has been made in relation to the materials is not adhered to, that would open up the possibility for civil action. So I think that this is reasonable legislation. We have heard for several years about materials being found in schools that are harmful to minors and certainly age inappropriate. And I think that this is another attempt to address that to the benefit of parents and minor children in schools.
Any comments from the second?
Yes, in addition to the comments made by the maker of the motion, I have, with respect to this bill, I have seen more than I thought that I would ever see. I have heard more than I thought I would ever hear. This bill is for our children, and we need to pass it.
Any other discussion? Representative Balboni.
Thank you. So in speaking to this bill that we have heard for several years now, it really is it's a local control issue. Schools already have many policies in place to deal with their library collections and which books are available to particular students. There's also a way in which parents that object to the materials that are there have recourse in which to have them reviewed. What this bill will do is it actually removes the local authority and puts that up onto the State Board of Education to determine what books can be available to students in local districts. And I think that is an overreach right there, because I believe that people here at the State Board don't necessarily know what's appropriate for children in my school in Rye. It really is another case where certain parents are being given the opportunity to decide what every student has access to in a library, and that's really overriding parental control. If I want my child to be able to read a book, and having somebody else say, no, that book can't be available to my child. There are already laws available that prevent giving minors harmful materials, and this bill has vague terms in it. And I also have issues with the civil penalties that could increase legal costs to districts for those for the parents who take it up to the next level. So no, I will not be voting in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, and I can't do any better than what Representative Balboni, I'll probably screw it up by talking more, but I do feel when you have one parent identifying what can and cannot be in a public school library, that's very limiting to the rest of the people in the population, that they have no option to either see a book or have their youngsters see the book. Parents right now have the option to say, no, you can't read it. The parents can tell the youngsters, you can't go on that line, you can't get this book, don't do this. We're not doing that. We're taking actually the control out of the parents. We're limiting everyone in the school except that one family, and I think that's wrong. We now lose the diversity of novels and books and genres that people need to hear and read. People can see themselves in those books. Thank you.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, and I'm not reading that in this bill because I'm looking at the complaint process, is that the school board, each local school board shall adopt a complaint resolution policy consistent with this section. Complaints are made in writing to the principal. They're taken within 14 calendar days. The school principal or designees decide this. It's not the hands of the parents that make the complaint. It's the hands of the process that the local school board has brought up.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Just follow up on a couple of things. One, in terms of the state board involvement, the state board is involved anyway, regardless of the language in this bill. As indicated in this bill, it is part of the duties of the State Board of Education, and they're found on page 15 in our books, to hear appeals and issue decisions of any dispute between individuals and school systems. So that's in law already, and this is just repeating that statute. Secondly, it's been charged that we are banning books. That is not the case. We are providing for the fact that there might be books that are in a section of the library at a certain grade level that are age inappropriate or harmful to minors, and providing the option for the school and school district to move those books to another section or a higher grade level to comply with the complaint and the findings. I've also heard the argument made that school libraries in effect, ban books when they decide what books to bring into the library to acquire. So I think that this is reasonable legislation to address what I and many consider a problem in some schools.
Representative Murray.
Yes, in addition to the many other things that Representative Balboni and Woodcock have spoken to, one of the other things that I see enumerated here in statute is a violation fee, which is normally set by a court of law anyway for recouping fees or legal fees like that. And I find it very interesting that we are putting the fine in statute. If a party decides to seek action and legal action through a court of law, why are we putting that in statute?
Representative Balboni.
Thank you. Just one other point to what was just what Chairman Cordelli just referenced. It isn't just about age appropriateness. It does say that the material can be removed or restricted. And I would just put out there that it's pretty arbitrary sometimes to determine what is age appropriate. I mean, what is age appropriate? I might decide is more age appropriate for my child, and then another parent might decide that they don't think it's age appropriate for their child. So again, it comes down to subjectivity. Thank you.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm assuming that we can't share this with the public as far as a graphic is concerned, as far as holding up the picture. But what I'd like to say, because as it's being put out there to the public right now, we look so evil, like we're trying to censor kids, we're banning books, or parents don't know best. We had people come in this room and share with us actual pictures from books that are in some of them elementary schools. We have a male giving oral, well, it doesn't matter, I don't care if you're male or female, someone giving oral sex to someone else, a graphic picture. We have someone at summer camp and they're passing around bottles to put their semen in. These are kids. We've got an example of cutting. We're giving kids ideas, putting thoughts in their head. I've seen today more examples of people having anal sex and using whips. These are in our schools. That is pornography. That's just disgusting. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For all the reasons that Representative Litchfield said, but I'd like to point something out. Parents have asked us to do this. This wasn't an idea in a vacuum. This wasn't something that Representative Cordelli just pulled out of the air and decided to put in a bill on. Parents have begged us to do this. The same parents who are pulling their children out of public schools for educational options, we need to listen to them. We need to respect these parents. They want what's best for their children. And if they don't feel that this material is appropriate for their child, we need to put a mechanism in place that says, we heard you, we care, and we will make sure that your child doesn't get this material. I think this is pretty common sense. The parents have asked us to do this, and we need to respect that.
Any other comments? Representative Damon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is nothing being addressed in this proposed legislation that can't be accessed online very efficiently. And our students are doing that anyway. I personally would rather that they have access at the discretion of parents, where it can be discussed with the parents. And I would also represent that there may, I'm sure, are parents who have asked for this. There are far more parents who have asked for us not to censor. Throughout history, when censorship begins, it gets more and more severe over time. I don't think the US is that country.
Representative Cornell, did you know? Okay, Representative Hall.
Madam Chair. when we want to listen to the parents, online testimony against the bill, 1,355, and for it, 47. So if we're listening to the parents, those numbers mean something.
Representative Litchfield?
I'll come back to the numbers in just a moment, but I would like to talk about these library books or these books that are in the schools. We have a bill right now that is going through the State House, and hopefully it's moved on to this. I don't know if actually we're going to hear it in the House soon to vote on it, but the bottom line is it's to give parents access to their child's library records. Parents don't even have access to that right now. So we're giving pornography to minors. So I know you're talking about censoring. We're not censoring 18 and over. We're talking about age appropriateness for children. And what's happening now is parents can't even go to the school library or the public library to find out what their child has taken out. So actually the parent has no idea what the child is seeing. And regarding the numbers, I understand that we are being asked to read these out loud. And I agree, it's very important. And online testimony is absolutely just as important as someone coming in here because not everyone can make it in here. But what concerns me is we represent the people of New Hampshire, and I don't know where all of this online testimony is coming from. Is it coming from Germany, China? Is it coming from California? I don't know. So for that reason, those numbers concern me.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, is this bill about actually making the process better, or is it actually about getting materials out of libraries? What is the specific intent of the bill?
Do you want to address that?
Yeah, sure. As it says in the bill, this is the minimum process for giving parents a voice. If I could expand on a couple of other things while I have the mic that I heard?
You may.
Thank you. Yes, another question. Thank you. In terms of the access and kids getting a hold of materials on the internet and so forth, as we had demonstrated in the hearing, there is the Sora app on school materials that provides access to this information. And secondly, in terms of refining or confining access, as was testified to also, we have rating system for movies for minors. There is no such rating system for books, although I believe Texas has looked into trying doing that, but book publishers might listen to Texas, but I don't think that they're going to listen to legislation from little old New Hampshire.
Which one do we pick? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple things. When we heard from the lady testifying about 4 years ago, when she had the links to that book program, and it was taken to Match.com and all that stuff, I don't believe that happens in school. I think that happens when they go home. Because in school, those Chromebooks have the filters on them. So they go home and they no longer have the filter. So parents can check that out. And the other part, when we talk about parental access, all they need to do is say, what's your passcode? You have a 10-year-old, what's your passcode? And go on there and see what your kid is reading. You can access it, right? If you have your kid's password, you can go right in and see what they're reading.
Representative,
thank you.
Thank you. Just in response to my friend across the hallway here, pornography for youngsters is illegal. We aren't providing pornography in the school for youngsters. It's illegal. When we say we're not banning books, when a parent comes in and complains about this book, about the genre, about the author, about the character, about the plot, and it's taken out, that book's not there, it's banned. It's clear as that. The third thing is, if parent, and I'll follow up Representative Hall's eloquent comments, if parents want to control the students, then that's parents' responsibility. You should not be telling me or the librarian what my child can see, use, and not use. If I have a complaint with it, that's me and my child. Clearly, shouldn't do that. You can access exactly what your child has got to school by asking them. Just talk to you. I don't want you to do this. But the bottom line is, they can't do it. No one can do it. You're telling me no one can do it if you don't like it, and that parent. That's what bothers me. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to further the conversation on the testimony of the individual who was able to get click-through links to some other, I believe they were displaying a personal cell phone that had no filters applied to it. So I to your point, I understand that. The other point that I would like to speak to is with regard to the assertion that we do not know where the online testimony is coming from. Every individual registers their opinion online with a town and a state location. So you can see that online. For the record, I just wanted to make that clear.
Representative Dry.
Thank you. So I was taking notes during that meeting, and I believe that the woman with the Chromebook had her daughter's app. It was on her daughter's thing, and it was what her daughter had access to during the school day, and she went right from that to the hyperlink. And I'm going to still say that we're not talking about one parent or taking a book out of a library. We're talking about one parent making a complaint to the school board, which has set its policy. Once that's there, it's out of their hands. It doesn't matter if it's one person or 40 people, it's still going to be the same process. And it's going to be somebody else's decision, not theirs.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for this particular bill, I promised my last time because we go back and forth, right? But what I want to say is regarding, you're talking about online testimony, how you have to put in information. This is something that you can probably check with the speaker's office at this point, or maybe the clerk. But as I sat in House session on Thursday morning, my seatmate received an email, and it was an anti-EFA email. This email had a signature, or you know what I'm saying, the person's name was written, their address was written. And it was funny because he laughed and he said, do you know what? He said, this is my neighbor and she's been dead for a couple of years. And you know what? The spouse is dead too. They don't even have that house anymore. He received this email during House session. And what's even funnier, ironic, he's a police officer. Anyway,
I'm talking about messages from the dead.
no, but I'm just
What's the point of order?
It's inappropriate for us to be denigrating people testifying online, which is the implication of the prior speaker's remarks.
I don't think she was denigrating anyone testifying online. She was pointing out an incident that happened in House session.
Any other comments regarding this bill?
But just one interesting comment. So this message from the dead, it came through the email, but during the House session, when you're not supposed to have the cell phones on? Is that the one?
It's okay.
That's all.
Any other comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, motion is OTP.
Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
Absolutely.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
9 yeas, 8 nays.
We'll do the minority report. Okay.
Should,
Representative Balboni will do the minority report.
and ITL?
And the motion would be ITL for the minority.
Right. Um, was there anything?
Seven fifty-four, 753.
Yeah, 7:54.
Yeah, we'll add it.
Add tomorrow.
7:54, 6:80.
Right. 6:53. Yeah, right. Okay, we're, I think, going to bring up one final bill, but I think that we need to caucus about it before we actually debate it. So if we could take a brief caucus, and it'll be House Bill 653, relative to a pilot program to implement alternatives for restraint and seclusion.
Yes.
Is back. Thank you for that few minutes. And we'll take up House Bill 653, establishing a pilot program within the Department of Education to implement alternatives to restraint and seclusion of students. And Representative Freeman, did you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second. Oh.
Representative Cornell. Representative Freeman, did you have a motion, discussion on your motion?
Very briefly, I think at this juncture, any program that will try to explore alternatives to restraint and seclusion of some of our most troubled students is a positive step in finding out where we can mitigate any damages, but also help these children.
Thank you, Representative Cornell. Okay. Further discussion? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I agree with the ought to pass motion as well. And I in addition to students who may be, quote, troubled, there are a myriad of other instances in which this may, restraint or seclusion may be used, and seeking alternative methods would be a study would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Correct. Yes. And this is, again, just a pilot program to explore those alternatives. So any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Motion is ought to pass. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Great. Consent okay with everybody? Great. So I think that completes our work for today. We'll most likely have a busy day Wednesday. And I'd ask for those who are doing reports, if you could have them to me by the end of the day tomorrow. We want to get things moved along over to the clerk's office and out of our hands as soon as possible. And Representative Cornell will get you a copy of this sheet, although you probably can remember it without too much difficulty. And thank you very much for five bills on the consent calendar today. Great. So thank you very much, and we'll see you Wednesday morning.